Hi there, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. Welcome to this evening's session 101, or Book 8, Chapter 19 of the Salamander Coast. Very excited to dive into today's session. We got everybody present. We got lots to do, so let's roll the intro and dive in. And we're back. So let's go ahead and dive in. As is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I do not do the summary. Instead, I have the players do the summary. This week on summary is...
Timmy.
It's Gemma.
Mario.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen,
That's my name. I had it legally changed. But yes, summary time. We start, of course, because you have to, for session 100, with a good old cutscene. This one finding us in a certain tear in the astral sea, inside the pocket dimension where Emerald is stuck with two of the Forsaken. But in this moment, he is approached by the corrupted version of himself. The Dark Emerald taunts him about the futility of his situation, but also offers to aid him in a way out, for Emerald to join with him. Emerald refuses, something Dark Emerald says will only be repeating the cycle, and he takes his leave. Emerald once again left alone, hiding from the Forsaken that hunt him. We then move back to Maester for a more familiar backdrop for the party, and a special little family reunion between Cecily and her recently brought back father, Tyr. The two choose to have a private moment together to finally be able to talk to one another, whilst the rest of the party attend a meeting concerning the siege soon to take place. In the meeting, the party hear reports from each of the present groups, both in the numbers and the news that they bring. The missions that were sent out of Maester were all successful, which will not only help the city, but will also bolster the strengths of the marching forces. Hrothgar reports that the Children of the Flame are ever growing, and Commander Niall, in a break from the good news, reports that the investors are pulling out of Bella Clara and instead setting their sights further north on Atarashi, where Draven is also reportedly joining them. Such a move will sweep out a lot of the structure and wealth that Bella Clara holds, which may lead to great dissatisfaction and potential threat to the emerging Damaris rule. We then cut to Tyr and Cecily. They each talk about themselves and their lives, but the conversation naturally snags onto the matter of Odin. Cecily questioning how he can possibly still care for him, but Tyr cannot help but see him as the friend and brother that he knew, and still holds hope may return. Though he does promise that he would never let Odin hurt Cecily. Tyr also mentions that he's having a set of armor repaired for Cecily as a gift, especially for the incoming siege, armor that later upon its collection is known to be connected to Tyr himself. The two eventually join the latter parts of the War Table meeting, coming back to discussions on where the party will assign themselves. Ultimately, they choose to divide themselves among the factions, catering to their strengths and hopefully boosting morale. In the conclusion of the meeting, Hrothgar pulls Carasilla aside. He offers a more full-time position in the Children of the Flame, but he is refused. A member of the Hidden Flame also has an offer in case she did refuse, and Carasilla decides that it is better suited for her to accept that one instead. She also brings up her wishes for the Kuatoa to be available to serve Nabitamon, though they will stay with the party in the interim before their exact place can be figured out. Ajax, whilst all this is happening, has been concocting his own plans, however, and gathers the party in the newly warmed Dryad Grove for a picnic. Carasilla provides Outer with a little introduction to music, and Ajax gives Bianca the piece of Issen's tower that he retrieved from Periton so she can keep it in remembrance. Warm sentiments and good vibes are shared by all, vibes that also are able to awaken something within the connection Sumi has with Elowin, and with nature itself, as flowers grow around him. And that's basically where we end the session. Woo!
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much, Gemma. Let's go ahead and dive in from that point. Picking up right where we left off. The cold, but getting warmer each and every single hour. This melting visage of Maester. There is a bit of tension that looms over the city as all of you leave your picnic. You can see the hundreds, the thousands of soldiers that have gathered here to fight with you. They occupy most of the city, prepping their munitions, their weapons, their armor, training to the best of their ability to prepare them for whatever horrors await upon entry into Fort Ivar, and by that extension, Damara's Keep. So, in just a day or two, all of the soldiers will be ready to dive in to the mysteries that await them in those two destinations. You have a little bit of time now, 24 to 48 hours, to determine what you want to do and any final conversations you want to have. Now, as I said to my message, in my message to all of you earlier, that I will reiterate right now, now is your last chance to have these conversations, as in the next 4 or 5 sessions after this one, there's not really going to be much time for talking or chit-chatting or what's your favorite hobby, right? The next several sessions are going to be rather action-packed and rather intense. And I am a man of my word, because I said that same thing to Isles, and now they're separated into 4 different groups at the end of existence. So, all right, you know, I'm not a liar, okay?
I want to be separated into 4.
Well, I mean, you will be. That's
We
the
did that
path.
already.
Yeah, you guys did that for me already. You chose to be in different areas of the battlefield, which has been really fun to prep for. So, let's go ahead and dive in. Right off the bat, I will open it up to all of you on this day, right after you finish your picnic. It's midday, maybe 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon. My question to all of you, is there anything anybody wanted to do on this day before the last full day that you'll have tomorrow?
I'll go. It's probably just a quick thing, but
Okay.
we kind of, Earliest Carousel super promised to be there for when Gracia was announcing the whole vote thing. And with the Underdark thing, they super weren't. So she just wants to check in that everything's still okay there and kind of apologize for that mess.
Okay.
But yeah.
Alrighty. So you make your way to the far, what would it be? Northeast. The far east side of town, where Grisha and his group stay. Make your way through the sprawling halls and alleyways of Maester until eventually arriving at that longhouse. You can see this area of the city is much more populated now. People moving back into their homes, people moving away from the shelter of the longhouse and allowing themselves space and distance. A feeling of safety looms over the city now, considering how many soldiers that are trusted by the party are here. As you enter the longhouse, where there would have been 200 or 300 people jam-packed in here like sardines on your last visit, there's maybe 15, 25 people. This large tavern now at an occupancy that makes sense. You can see that up near the front, the worn and wizened half-orc, Grisha, the butcher that you had talked to before, You can see him chatting up with a few other individuals. As he sees you, he says,
Please, excuse me. The Gleeman has come back, and I'd very much wish to speak with him. Thank you.
and you can see they nod and part ways as he makes his way over towards you. And he says,
I'm very happy to hear that you're all right. I had heard that you had come back to the city, but I was so afraid, all things considered, that you disappeared, and that a lot of people had feared the worst.
Yeah, I do want to apologize for that, firstly. It's actually when we were looking into things that were related to the syndicate, maybe it's escaping me now. I don't know. Whatever they knew it as by. Fuck me.
The Phoenix.
Phoenix, there we go. And
I've actually found.
syndicate related to your Phoenix, thank you. Well, and well, it found us in some uncomfortable business. Actually found ourselves in the Underdark, but we're back now.
Oh.
Long story. Is everything all right here, though?
Well, I must be honest with you. Things they were rough. When it came to announcing the results, many people, they wished to side with the Phoenix. In fact, the vast majority wished to. There was very little I could do to sway them, and I told you I could not lie to them. The night before, I was incredibly stressed. But that same night was when the Children of the Flame arrived, as well as several other battalions of soldiers returned from their missions. There were many people who came to me. Many people who had claimed originally to support the Phoenix, and their desires, they changed their mind. So many, in fact, the night I was supposed to give the answers, we had we voted again. And that night we all stayed until the votes were tallied and counted. And, well, it changed the way people viewed the situation. They clung to the Phoenix because it was the only shred of hope they had. But now, I can go into the city without freezing. People can move back to their homes. That isn't something that was accomplished by the Phoenix. It was accomplished by all of you. And the people see that. I think most importantly, Caricilla, these people, they saw you. And so I extend my greatest gratitude that I can to you for giving people hope. So thank you, but I think everything is going to be okay for these people. And I have
Something good to hear.
I have heard nothing more from the Phoenix since then.
Good. Curious if they're going to try to reach out again, but I have a feeling, at least, as long as there's so many different people here, it'd be a difficult thing for them to do, so hopefully that won't be complicating anything for you, at least any time in the future. But
yes.
as always, if there's ever anything more that you need, you only need to ask.
Well, thank you. I will definitely keep that in mind. I think once all is said and done and the snow has melted and the flowers finally begin to bloom in the spring that we should have had many, 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 many years ago, perhaps if you could grace us with another performance, that would be payment enough.
I'm happily to do that.
Wonderful.
Be a
Consider
nice
your
thing
debt
to
paid
return
then.
to. Thank you. I do like paying off my debts. But as long as everything stays well here, it's good to see that not everyone needs to crowd in this one building anymore.
I miss the company, I do, but it is nice to have room to breathe.
Great.
Thank you so much, and I will not hesitate to ask upon you if there's anything I can think of.
Of course.
Okay.
Take my leave.
All right, cool. Sounds good. Carasilla departs from the longhouse. Fireplace fades as you step away. And you can see now, as you're exiting and potentially walking back to the keep, the large river that existed throughout the center of Maester. There is this, at first, you're a little bit startled. You hear this large crack. But as you sort of look around in fear of what it could have been, you can see one large sheet of ice break and begin to drift slowly down the river away from Maester. As the temperature continues to rise, the city melts more. So, as Carasilla heads away from the Longhouse and Grisha, does anybody else have anything they want to do?
Go ahead.
Actually, let's do this. All right. Let's do it this way. Who all has things they want to do?
I still have things.
Okay.
I was just going to announce to the group that I have things that would be better for tomorrow, and they're both NPC related. So unless anybody wants to come talk to Cecily about something, I'm just passing the baton.
Okay.
So what I was gonna ask is, so I know we have this day, but is tomorrow the day we're gonna head out, or is tomorrow like a full day that we?
Tomorrow's
have
a full
to-
day, and then the next day you'll head out in the
Okay,
morning.
so Ajax did his picnic on this day. He doesn't have anything to do on this day. He can just wait till tomorrow.
Yeah,
Takes a lot to make a picnic.
my thing is for better for tomorrow as well. I was just gonna say, like, throughout this day, I think Bianca would just be helping prepare and do what she can where she knows it's needed. Trying to be with the people, maybe even update, I don't remember his name, and that's on me, but like her friend that's part of the Crown's Keepers. Just kind of keep people in the loop and make sure everyone kind of knows the plan, and yeah. But no, nothing this day that needs to be like RP'd or anything.
Arthur?
Yes, him.
Yeah, okay. Cool.
Just checking in on him, yeah.
I have something that would be better for tomorrow's day, but also one more thing that can happen today if we want it to happen today. But if it wants to be tomorrow, it can be tomorrow too.
Okay, we can do tomorrow too. That's
Sounds
cool.
like we're all waiting until tomorrow, so you
Okay.
might as well tell us what that is.
Alrighty. So just to clarify, Suni, you have two things. One today, one tomorrow.
thing with an NPC that can happen either today or tomorrow, and then one thing that's like a party thing.
Okay, for tomorrow. Got it. Okay.
Actually, is there any? I just want Ajax to pray to Paylor today, like extensive, more than he normally does, because he's gonna have some time to kind of think.
Okay.
So he'll do that.
Cool. All right. So just so I will just call on people from this point, so I don't have to keep going. Who has anything else they want to do? So Carousel, how many things do you want to do?
I've got a couple of things. Some of them are small, some of them aren't.
Okay.
But there was one other thing that she'd at least want to talk about today. And talk about with Bianca.
Okay.
Although I probably also in the presence of the party at least for extra opinion. But yeah, she wants to talk to Bianca. That's it. Woo.
Okay. That's fine. All righty. Bianca tomorrow. Okie dokie. PC today, tomorrow. Got it. Okay. All right. So on this day, we'll go ahead and start with the easy thing. Ajax. You choose to pray to Paylor for the duration of the rest of the day. Let me just write this one thing down. Okay, cool. Okay. So how do you choose to pray to Paylor? Describe it for me. Paint a picture with your words.
I think that because the city's kind of melting away, he's gonna go probably outside of the city and find a spot with maybe a hill that kind of like what you see in this picture, like overlooks the city, so that he can see the sun kind of setting. Get that connection with Paylor. If that's possible, there's a cliffside near this place, or is it in the open?
No, there are tons of hills.
Okay, yeah. So he'll find one of those. He'll, again, like he did the picnic, kind of take off all of his armor and set down his shield and his spear in like a ceremonial sense, and then just kind of look towards the sky and look towards the sun, not directly at the sun because that would hurt, but looking at the sunset, and just in a meditative stance, his hands upward, his feet crossed. He just kind of looks out and says,
Paylor, please give me guidance going forward. We go into a great battle. I need your help. You asked me to be the light. How do I be such a light in such a dark place? Please.
Okay. Ajax, as you pray, you speak those words out into the ether. You feel the radiant glow of the sun descending upon you. You feel a connection. Leonin have an intrinsic bond with Paylor, the dawn, sunlight, and Leos. You can see periodically clouds break the sun, providing shade. Sometimes there are these beams that break through the clouds, shining on different areas. As you sit there, you take it in, you absorb all of the sun you can. As you look out upon the city, you can see in a very definite glow, there are sun rays that are illuminating one building in particular. It seems a little more run down. Part of the roof is collapsed in. Snow currently seems to be slopping into the house as it's melting off the roof. But eventually the clouds roll around, covers up the sun once again as the ray breaks. You hear no words, no chanting, no message, nothing of that sort. But if you're brave enough to follow, you have an idea of where to go.
So I think he'll look back at the sunset and go,
Thank you.
and start picking up his things, putting on his armor, his shield and spear, and he's gonna walk towards that building. He's gonna enter back in Maester and walk towards there.
Okay. You walk into the city, and as you approach the building, you begin to hear what sounds like a young child whining, not crying, but whining in tones, complaining, just generally being upset. And you hear a man, an older man, trying his best to calm the child. You're still a bit too far to hear anything specifically, but how are you choosing to approach?
The sound of the child, does it sound like teenager or like toddler?
Kid,
Or, like,
maybe
between there.
yeah, 9-10 years old.
Okay. I think that Ajax will get close to the building before, and he will take off the spear and kind of just sit it up against the outside. He's not walking in with like weapons, like large weapons on him, because it's more intimidating. He'll take off the shield too and just kind of place it there, and he'll just look inside to see what's going on.
So as you approach, as you're taking some of those pieces of armor off, you can hear the man say,
Giovanna, I've told you once. I've told you many times. I promise. As soon as I can, I will go to the market. I will get us the things we need to fix the roof. I know it is cold, but it's more important that you have food for your belly as opposed to... It's just one part of the house, Giovanna. Please calm down.
And you can hear the child continue to sort of whine and cry. They're cold, they're upset, they're still hungry, even though they have food. And as you enter, you can see the child immediately stop. As the man sort of, he stops speaking, immediately looking confused towards the child, as the child is looking directly at you. And you can see the man turn around.
Oh, hello there. Is there something I can help you with, sir?
First, he'll acknowledge the man speaking, but he'll look to the child and just kind of smile and go.
Child doesn't react. Petrified.
So he looks to the man and says,
I was actually going to ask if you needed anything from me. I noticed the roof was damaged and thought I'd come to help. I overheard you speaking of how cold it was. Seems like you need help.
Yes, well, no, you do not need to bother yourself with it. Please, it is just a small hole in the roof. Please, I'm sure you have much busier things to do.
I actually do not. This is important. Please, if I may, let me help.
Very well. If you insist. First things first, I would need to get the materials to fix it.
He nods, but then he walks slowly towards the child, kind of kneels down and says,
I'm sorry if I scared you. There's no reason to be afraid.
Okay.
What is your name?
My dad already said it.
I'm really old and hard of hearing.
Giovanna.
Giovanna. I'm sorry that it's so cold and that there's a hole in your roof.
Me too.
Would you like me to fix it?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
All right. Are you okay?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
He kind of gets up and says,
and I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, sir.
Oh, Rostek.
Most. I can gather the items and materials needed to fix the hole. If it's very uncomfortable, there is a place you could stay for a little bit until it is fixed.
Well, you see, we were up there. But because of the warmth, we decided to move back home.
And you can see he sort of looks towards the girl and says,
Several weeks ago, we lost her mother to the cold. I thought that this might make things better to go back home. But I suppose it's only made things worse.
"Can Ajax see any type of like insignias or symbols of any types of gods that they possibly worship?" Or does it look like nothing?
you can see at the very back of the house, there seems to be this sort of chunk of ice that is carved in a very particular way that matches some of the iconography that would have been within the Temple of the Sapphire God.
Ajax will just say,
I am extremely sorry for your loss. As I said before, I'll help to fix the roof. Is there anything else you need?
No, that would be...
Water?
No. You do not need to provide anything else on top of that. Even helping me fix the roof is too much.
If you need somewhere to stay, we have somewhere. For the time being, I know that you would want to be in your home.
It would be... No, I promised her we would not leave home again.
Cannot break a promise. Very well. Well, I will gather the materials and I will help you rebuild, fix the hole.
he looks over to Giovanna.
Is that okay?
Yeah, if you fix the roof, that would be really okay.
Okay. I will fix the roof, and then I'll leave you alone.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You see she loosens up a little bit at that. At the "you're welcome."
So Ajax will go ahead and just say,
I'll be back soon. It might take me a while, but we'll get it fixed today.
Thank you.
and Ajax will go off looking for the materials.
Yeah. easy enough. You can find several groups of soldiers that would recognize you. Asking about the materials, they are more than inclined to give you what they need, or to give you what you need. And on top of that, they, upon asking you about it, they want to help.
Cool. One thing I will see, because there has been so little people in this city, while he's trying to gather the materials and everything, he wants to ask around if anyone knows who these two are. His main goal is he wants to bring something back for the kid to make her feel better, but he doesn't want to, just get her something random. So if he can find someone who knows them, like maybe knows what she would like.
Yeah, you ask around for a bit, checking with different guards. Eventually, you do come across a detachment of soldiers that are currently patrolling with Captain Fedorov. And as you ask Fedorov about Rostin and Giovanna, he says,
Oh, yes, the Volins, I think was their last name. A nice group of people. Man, last time I heard about Giovanna, she couldn't have been more than 5 or 6, I think. If I remember correctly, Giovanna, she always wanted to, when she grew up, she wanted to join the Guard. She wanted to help keep people safe.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Never much was a people person. She'd like to stay inside most of the time, but anytime guards were patrolling, she would always pop out the window and ask them questions, actually.
Do you, if not around, but at the guards' quarters, have some of those wooden swords and shields?
I could probably scrounge something together. What do you think of getting her a gift?
She just lost her mom.
Oh, goodness.
And she doesn't seem... Yes, I wanted to get her a gift.
Yeah, of course. Here. I'll do you one better. I'll find, the 2 things you asked for. I'll even see if I can, cut a cloak to size. Maybe make her an honorary guard.
Thank you, Fedorov.
Of course. Thank you, Ajax.
There's no need to thank me. It's our job.
Well, your job is to kill monsters and keep people safe, not to repair roofs, but I suppose I understand the meaning.
It's to help people.
Oh. All right.
As he's holding all the lumber.
I just, I never took you for a Father Wintermas type. But I suppose the white beard, they kind of make the two blend together, don't they?
Comes with age.
Oh, you know what? I think you're right. Got to get you a small little pair of glasses to clip to your nose.
All right, we don't have to go that far.
All right. Apologies. Well, I'll let you get
But if
to
you
your
do find some glasses, I do have seen
vision getting a little.
Yeah.
It's not a good sign, Ajax. But I'll let you get to it. I'll send a couple of guards with you to help with the roof. All right.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I'll come by myself with the cloak and sword and shield.
So, Ajax is going to head back. Well, he's going to head back once he has the sword and shield and cloak thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then the one last thing I'll say before he starts repairing a roof for the entire rest of the day, he will walk in, place the things down, and go to Giovanna and say,
I heard that you wanted to be a guard.
She freezes. Who told you that?
It's a little known fact that if you're a guard, you can pick up on the ones who want to be one. That's how we recruit people.
Are you a guard?
I was. I'm too old now.
Yeah.
I was the captain of the guards. In Belka.
In Belka?
Mm-hmm.
And you were the captain of all of the guards in Belka.
Correct.
What? How? How did you do it? What was it like?
Well, it had its perks, and it was fun at times. No,
Yeah.
throwing
Yeah, I bet
criminals
it
into
was.
jail is pretty fun.
Oh my gods, I bet it is.
Here, I got you a present.
And then he pulls out the shield and wooden shield and sword and the cloak.
And you see she's just like dumbfounded, just staring at it.
Now, I give you these on one condition. They can only be used against evil. So don't go hitting your father with them.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. But I don't think I can wear them
Why is that?
because I'm not a guard.
Ah, I forgot.
And he pulls out the spear.
It's time to make you an honorary guard.
Like deer in the headlights, frozen.
He says,
All right, repeat after me.
Okay.
I will protect those who need protecting.
I will protect those who need protecting.
I will fight for those who need fighting for.
I will fight for those who need fighting for.
I will bring justice to injustice.
I will bring justice to injustice.
All right, you're a guard now.
Is that easy?
Well, you'll have to train for a couple years, but you're honorary. I even ran it by Captain Fedorov.
You know Captain Fedorov?
Him and I are good friends.
Whoa.
All right. So, while I'm working on that hole, fixing it, you need to be down here practicing your footwork and swordsmanship. Here.
Huh?
he's going to take the spear and drive it into the ground as like
Huh.
a pole.
While I'm fixing this, smack this.
Yeah, okay. And you see her, she picks up the cloak, she clasps it around her shoulders, picks up the sword and shield. She's dink, dink, dink.
As she's
Shield
doing that,
bash.
he's gonna walk up to the dad and just say,
I apologize. But
No,
your
I-
daughter is now an
no,
honorary
no.
guard.
Do not apologize. I have not seen her happy in, well, a long time.
Let me know if you need anything while I'm repairing.
Thank you. And I will.
and Ajax starts repairing.
Ajax, it takes you several hours as you have to reinstall some of the framing and support of the house, but eventually you're able to patch up the hole, cover it up, The snow and dripping has stopped from falling into the house, and it now slides off the roof of the house to where it should.
That is it for me.
Okay. You can see Rostin and Giovanna. They approach you as you sort of hop off the roof, and you can see she has the sword tucked into like her belt and still holding the shield in her hand, as she looks to you and she says, "Well, Mr. Ajax, thank you for your service." And she puts her fist up against the opposite side of her heart and like nods her head to you. We
And for
are
yours.
honored to have you serve the jobs you're doing in Maester, because you're doing a really great job. So thank you.
Thank you. That is the highest honor.
Yes, it is. You can see Rostek, he laughs with his shoulder, or his hand on her shoulder, and says,
Thank you once again. You have no idea how much of a difference you've made.
Thank you. Have a good night. Hopefully it's a little warmer. The patchwork is not the greatest, but it will hold.
he looks up to the roof.
Good night.
Sure it will. And you can see Giovanna, as you're walking away, says, "And soldier,
Yes.
stay sharp. You never know when evil could be around." She runs back into the house.
He grabs a spear, puts it on his back, and leaves.
Okay. Ajax, as you're walking away, you can feel in the last few moments of sunlight, as it's just barely setting back down behind the horizon, you feel this radiant glow envelop you. You feel all of the deepest, darkest chills you've experienced in the past month you've been in this area. All of them melt away as you feel this sensation that back home in Thrall people would say is like drinking ambrosia. You feel utterly divine. And as you look down towards your arms and the fur on your underneath your armor, there is just a very dull, very slight tinge of gold that you can just kind of see. It's still mostly that platinum white, but with just this slight aura of gold to it.
Okay.
Alrighty. Ajax heads away on this day after praying to Paylor. We're going to go ahead and pop over to Suni, who had something he wanted to do today.
Suni would like to find Hrothgar.
All right, dude. So as you make your way out of the Druid Grove, patrolling around the city, attempting to look for Hrothgar, you end up asking a few other Children of the Flame members. Stop laughing at me. You see a few other Children of the Flame members. You ask them. They point you in the direction of Hrothgar. Well, actually, we're going back up just a second. As you're asking Children of the Flame that are here, you come across a group of 3 individuals. 2 guards that are currently wearing their helmets, the full white and gold regalia. They are fully dressed. And then you see this other individual. Sort of, the only thing they're wearing that denotes them as a member of the Children of the Flame is the cloak. But other than that, you see short, golden hair, a sharp jaw, a blue coat, as well as this sort of very nice white collared shirt. And you can see what looks to be a stringed instrument slung behind his back underneath the cloak. As you see, a man that has a perpetual smile on his face as you approach. He says, "Well, hello. It's you're Suni, right?"
That's right. And you are?
Oh, it is. The pleasure's all yours. Alistair is my name. As he reaches his hand out to shake it, as you see this this man right here.
Alistair, well, the pleasure is all mine indeed. And he will return the handshake.
Funny enough, that's the first time I've ever heard someone say that in response. Huh.
Never would have believed it.
Well, I know it's strange, but this isn't actually the first time that I believe I've at least heard of you before. And that's a very odd way of saying it. I spent a fair bit of time in the Riverlands, and your name came up a time or two with I believe you would know them as the Forerunners?
Yeah, I've not met them per se, but I know of them, and they know of all of us.
They had nothing but good things to say about you, and honestly, I was like one of the group, you know. I was really close with all of them, and they were all really heartbroken to see me go, but I felt a higher calling with the Children of the Flame. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean.
You know, honestly, you could probably consider me one of the Forerunners, if we're being honest.
You know what? I think you're right. I think we should start, telling everybody that the Forerunners are here. They're being represented. That's amazing. I'm so glad that you're with us.
It's a covert mission, you know. Undercover. That's why I have the cloak on, you know.
Right.
Incognito. Yes.
Suni just will look at him and lick his eyeball.
That was strangely attractive, I'll admit.
That's the first time anyone's ever said that to me.
A lot of first happening here right now.
I suppose so.
Anyway, you approached with a question.
Yeah, I was wondering if any of you three lovely folks have seen Hrothgar around recently.
Oh, yes. Hrothgar is in, one of the guards says,
He's that way.
yes,
Thank
that
you.
way.
And he will just look back at Alistair, lick his other eye, and then walk away. It was a pleasure to meet you.
In more ways than one, hopefully.
Yeah.
All right. So you walk away from Alistair. Oh,
I
good.
see him look back at me with my blind sight as I walk away. At all? I'm just curious.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. You witness. Okie dokie. So, whoop. Alrighty. Strange. All right. So you followed the directions that the helpful Children of the Flame member, as you find Hrothgar eventually. You can see him speaking with a few other senior kindled, but as you approach, he says,
Oh, Suni, of course, do you all mind giving us a moment? I'm sure this is a conversation, a bit overdue, honestly.
and you can see the senior kindled, they nod and walk away, and he says,
Well, Suni,
And Suni will extend a hand out to him.
and he'll return it and shake it.
How have you been?
you know, considering I got utterly thrashed by the Odinson Brotherhood and had my arm ripped off by Odin himself and had to have it regrown back, and had to learn about the man whose memory I wiped, now roams scot-free, probably with all of his memories back. I gotta be honest, I'm doing pretty damn good, all things considered.
Yep.
What about you?
Also, all things considered, I'm okay. It's really inspiring seeing everybody here and admitting to what we're about to do. It's really cool.
I agree. It is cool.
So the reason I wanted to talk to you was, if you remember the first time we met, I don't know if that slipped your mind at all, but you had said after the entire ordeal, you had mentioned this Desmond O'Malley person. I don't think anyone's ever said that name to me in regards to anyone other than myself. Do you know where he is?
I don't know if the information is still relevant. I'm gonna be honest. But after all had been said and done, I believe the Bloody Fangs, his crew, I believe they had moved on to brighter pastures away from Bella Clara after the events that transpired with you in that temple. Or not you, but I guess you, but
I can own up to it, even if it wasn't me.
yeah.
But
Last I
gotta
heard,
admit,
they'd moved to Atarashi. I don't know which of the 3 islands, but they moved on there.
Arashi. Okay. Still not exactly sure what did happen.
It's all a bit fuzzy. It was quite some time ago, and on top of that, I only have stories. What I believe is the truth of the matter is you showed up with that group, hoping to destroy the temple. There were younger Dragonborn there, and their teacher, a strange case of a red Dragonborn by the name of Sultana. She well, it's said that in her final defense, she was able to save a few of the Dragonborn young ones that were training at the expense of her own life. In fact, as Desmond O'Malley tells it, you as you were to lay the final blow on her, there was this explosion of vines and moss erupted all over the entire temple, covered the whole thing. He said it was kind of pitiful. After all was said and done, he said you grabbed her body and started to weep. But then, as he likes to tell it, dragonborn carcasses, they fetch a pretty price. So, he had said after all was said and done, as you sat there weeping, came from behind and finished it. I know it's probably not what you want to hear, but the least you deserve from me is honesty. And I know I probably should have said something sooner, but y'all had a lot on your plate and didn't want to be the straw that broke the camel's back, you know what I mean?
Yeah. All of the children make it out?
Not all
You
of
know.
them. Some died. A few of us that had been raised there, myself included. After all was said and done, we went and we found some of the bodies.
I killed children?
Listen, I don't know about all that. It could have been Desmond after all was said and done. It could have been some that were hiding in places. But listen, like you said, that wasn't you regardless. The reason I got so angry back in Tears, well, I thought it was all a ruse. The story he told was a lie so you could get away scot-free. I mean, I don't think you'd do that, even if things were different.
But I did.
Yeah, I suppose you might have.
How can I make that right? I had this whole grand idea that I was gonna find out exactly what happened and, sail off and find Desmond O'Malley and make this right, but I can't make that right.
And if that is the case, no, you can't. But I think that's a mistake a lot of people make. You see, Suni, for most people, most people aren't good or bad. You're not good or evil. People are capable of evil things. But people are also capable of doing good things. Just because you did evil things in another life, it doesn't make you an evil person. You might not be able to right those wrongs, but that doesn't mean you can't still make the world a better place.
Yeah, I guess that's right.
much do you know about our kind?
Not a god's damned thing.
Well, you see, the big thing with Dragonborn is balance. On a cosmic scale, you understand, this isn't, I hear some Dragonborn does a bad thing, and so I decide that I need to do a good thing. It's we're compelled by the threads of the weave by fate. And maybe, just maybe it's not another Dragonborn that you're trying to outdo, or that you're working in opposition to. Sunni, it could very well be yourself. I mean, think about it. In the lifetime that I am familiar with of you, you did horrible things. But look at you now. Look at what you're doing. The fight you're going into. I mean, I'd have to be crazy not to think that you are an example that people should look up to. I know it's hard to keep all that in perspective. But try, all right? Or else you'll drive yourself mad.
I don't even know what to say. But you're right. I know that no amount of good things can take away the bad, but maybe I can balance the score a little.
You're damn right. And that's just what you'll do, all right?
Right.
Keep your chin up, soldier. You'll get through this, all right?
Thank you, Hrothgar.
Yeah. Not a problem. And, hey, thank you for not holding a grudge for me, beating the living tar out of you.
You know what? If anything, it makes me hold you in a higher standard.
Oh.
High regard. Not anyone can just beat the shit out of me.
Well, I'm flattered that you would give me such a high honor, Sunni Kalukatho. Who knows? Maybe one of these days you'll have to return the favor. I don't know.
You know what? I think that hopefully we'll both be around to do that. In a friendly capacity.
Yeah, friendly's right. All right, well, I'm sure you got things you got to get back to, and if you ever need to talk again, don't hesitate to come my way, all right?
Likewise. I know there's probably not much that you need help with that I can give you, but...
Hey, you'd be surprised. Here. You know, all your nature magic, I might need help planting a garden one day, and I'm sure you'd be there in a jiffy.
That's right. Junie will give Hrothgar, like, a hug.
Yeah. Yeah, and Hrothgar will turn it. Big old dragon bear hug. Okay. Alrighty. Sunni, if there's nothing else.
Yeah, he's gonna mope back home.
All right. Sunni, you begin to mope back home. As you walk throughout the city, you hear the rushing of water, the people walking throughout. there is a stillness to the city, a calmness. Even though you feel melancholy, even though you mope, you still continue to move. But eventually, as you're walking, the people stop. Maybe one person passes you. At first, it was 15 people pass you, then 5, and then 1. Till eventually you walk on a street all alone. You hear a voice beckon out. Well, look how far you've come. As you sort of turn and look, you can see Emeriel. White and gold regalia, walking towards you. Long ago, I would have never imagined with what I saw in the pattern my student would be capable of.
What are you doing here?
Well, I could feel your guilt, your pain. It echoed throughout the pattern, and I want you to know, Suni, truthfully, you are a monster, you know.
What?
You are a monster. From the first day I began training you all those years ago. I saw it. I saw what you were capable of, your insatiable pride, your lust for things that you fancied. I mean, right now, it might be things that shine and are gold. It might be things you just wish to have. Do you think it stops there, though? Suni, it never stopped. Time after time after time. Teach me more. Let me learn more. Give me more. You were a mistake. One that Bahamut should have never let grace this plane. Do you hear me?
Yes, I fucking hear you.
Good. You always had a problem with hearing. What was that? All those years ago? I need you to do something. I need you to deal with Sultana. How many questions did you have? Too many. You're just supposed to listen. So if you're listening now, hear me. You are a monster. You are a mistake. The best thing that you could do for your companions, for this city, is to kill them. So that way they don't have to be as embarrassed as I was when you inevitably fuck up. Make sense? Do you follow me, or do you have more fucking questions?
doesn't make sense. No. I'm not a monster. I'm not.
Why don't I show you? How about that? Do you think it's just that temple? Do you think that temple is the only fucked up thing you've ever done? Suni the Forsaken? Wouldn't it be so much easier to bury the past if it was one mistake? Oh no. No, 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 no. And Suni, as he reaches out towards you, you can see these threads of black and gold extend from his hand. They wrap around your face, and you feel yourself begin to suffocate as these tendrils move underneath your scales and cling to your brain.
Oh, God.
As you witness thousands of atrocities. There is no need for me to describe them because some of them are beyond description. You feel disgusted and horrified, all at the same time. As the threads detract, as you open your eyes and sort of grab at your face, you look around and there's a group of people. Village people. They stand around you, paused. One of them says,
Master Suni, are you all right?
I imagine that Suni, who's kind of probably collapsed to his knees at this point, will kind of just put his hands onto his head, and he's just gonna like quietly say several times in a row, I'm not a monster. I'm not a monster. It can't be real. And then he's just gonna stand up and bolt away.
You see some of them sort of look to each other. Whispers begin to spread rapidly. But people continue on with their day. My question to you is, Suni, where do you go?
Is there like a specific let me see. Is there a map on here? No, there's not. Oh, there's the
no.
war table.
Oh no, my bad.
War table.
Let me.
I guess I don't want to go. He's not going to go to his to like the group. I would like to go to somewhere that's either like nearby, like a large tree, or like if there is like stone walls or caves somewhere. He's trying to be alone and like with the earth.
Okay. What? Okay, that's easy enough to find. There are plenty of areas in the city where you can achieve that. There we go. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Easy enough. You could go outside the city, or you could, like I said, there's plenty of areas in the city where there's a large cluster of trees.
He'll probably stay in the city, but trying to get like as alone as he can be right now.
Okay. Sure. We can say over here. In that area right there, at the end of a row of houses, there's a small grove that is partially melted away. There are some patches of dead grass that are exposed, and a large collection of trees that can be scaled and hidden in.
I imagine he'll kind of collapse at first, like right in the front of the trees, and just sit there until he can compose himself a little bit. And then he He'll climb the tree and sit in a branch several, I don't know, depending on how tall the tree is. Just trying to get like far away. He's
Yeah.
hiding.
Yeah, these trees are fairly large, 10 to 12 feet high, so you're able to scale relatively high on them.
And he's just gonna sit on a branch and like hug his knees.
So you stay in that tree and you hide. You collapse in on yourself in this solitary moment. Okay. So as we cut away from Suni, unless there was anything else you wanted to do, Cameron?
No, that's it. Actually, no, I'm lying. While he's up there, he's going to slowly start the 10-minute process to cast Find Steed, and when Maggie is alive, he's just going to like hold on to Maggie very, very tightly inside the tree and just be there with Maggie.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. So, and you can feel Maggie nuzzle up to you and be there for comfort. A warm presence that is friendly near you. So, as we cut away from Suni, we will now move to... Sure, there will be no problems adjusting to the tone of whatever we go to next. As we move to... Carasilla, you had something that would work for today, right?
Yes. Yes.
That was a Bianca and party thing, though, right?
Yes. She'd
Okay.
bring it up with Bianca first.
Okay. So we can say as the sun is beginning to set, everybody is gathered in your area, getting ready for bed. Everybody's gathered there, though, in the warmth, but you can pull Bianca off to the side for a moment and speak to her.
So, I just had a thought that I thought I'd raise with you firstly.
All right.
Obviously, we know very little about what we're going to be going into, about what to expect with the keep with Ivana herself.
Yes.
But I had a thought that I could perhaps try and scry on her. At least get us more information.
Okay. I don't think that's a bad idea. I think, though, with her reaching back out to all of us, she seems to be transcending just a physical form, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
That's the concern I wanted to raise with you as well. So I know she's been reaching out to you as well.
Yes. It wouldn't hurt so we could get a better idea of what's going on in her head, but I think similarly to your experience in the dream world when Malice connected with you, I think she may have a similar capability if you reach out in her direction as well. If it's something you're comfortable with, we're here for you. But that is the risk.
I mean, as long as I have all the rest of you around me, I wouldn't be too nervous about doing it. Save me from Malice after all. I wanted to make sure that you'd be alright with it first. Just because I don't want it to then prompt her to try and mess with you again.
She may, but let her. She has no power over me or any of us. She can't hurt me any more than what I've already been hurt. I'm alright.
Right. And she'll just kind of put a hand on your shoulder and give it a little squeeze.
Yeah. And she'll like put her hand over it.
But yeah, and the party component, she'll basically just let them know of the same thing.
I will
'cause
say,
don't think...
as you let the party know, I want to ask Cameron, does Suni return eventually, or does he stay there?
He would probably not return right away.
As you do go to inform the party, Suni's not here. It's not so late that it's alarming, but it is something of note.
Yeah, I mean, as she's, I guess, going to people, she'll just kind of ask if anyone knows where he is.
I haven't seen him since the picnic, I think.
I haven't seen him. I was helping repair a house.
Cecily?
I've just been sitting here all day, trying to get used to this. I got this, by the way, and she'll hold up the armor that's sitting on her bed in front of her.
The armor is very nice, Cecily. Skiothi chimes in.
Thanks.
Yeah, it looks wonderful. Glad it works. Maybe, though, for Suni, maybe we should reach out. See how maybe he's just tied up.
Don't worry about it. I already reached out to him. He's choosing to spend time with Hrothgar tonight.
Alright.
Dragonborn things, I think.
I just feel like the last time we didn't know where Suni was and it was late. Not the greatest of events occurred.
It's very true. But I think considering Hrothgar and him, they've already brawled once. Hopefully this time he'll be all right.
Well, I trust you, so.
Yeah, and I guess if we know actually where he is and he's not alone this time, it should be okay.
Alright. But I guess the thing I was going to ask, I was going to try and scry on Ivana.
Can you do that?
Can try at least. I mean, she came, I feel, to primarily threaten Bianca, but she showed herself to all of us when we were first investigating the Syndicate, when you only knew him as Phoenix. And so, I have a face, I have a name, something to work with.
We don't really have to worry about her trying to find us because she can.
She already knows who we are.
By the way, is there any way to stop that?
There are some magics that can do it, but I don't think any that are available to items that are available here. An amulet of proof against detection is probably what we'd want, but in all honesty, when we leave Maester, we're just going to be moving towards her, so I don't know how valuable that would be, since she probably already knows where we're going. I don't think she would assume we'd go elsewhere.
I was thinking more of giving away positions, but we'll have so many soldiers, don't think it'll matter.
Not exactly a covert mission.
I'm okay with it, Carasilla.
Alright.
Yeah, you got my vote. If you think it'll help something.
Alright then.
I have one last question. If you
Yeah.
scry, can she harm you while you're scrying?
Well, she'd potentially be able to see the scry, and that directly connects her to me. So there's potential as far as I'm aware.
Is there a way to pull you out of a scry early? I don't know how magic works.
I don't know how this works either, right? Oh.
You can end the spell whenever you want.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Relay that. Ah!
All right.
So, should be mostly safe. But, yeah, she will sit down and cast it, which I believe for Ivana it would only be the first hand knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we count as familiar.
Correct.
But we have met, and so 0 to the save modifier.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Okay.
That's a wisdom save on her part.
DC.
18. That's how it works, yeah? It's versus mine, and it has no bonuses.
Mhm.
Wait, no. Yeah.
Yep, no bonuses, because you don't have a likeness or a picture, a possession or garment, or a body part, lock of hair, bite of nail, or the like.
Yeah.
Alrighty, 18.
Yeah, sick.
Okay. As you focus in on the scry, you begin to cast the spell over a 10-minute period. Eventually, as the spell finishes casting, what does it look like when Carosilla casts scry, Gemma?
For her, she would just be sitting down, and she'd have her Gertie, as she does with, I feel like, all these more like technical spells. And over the duration of the cast, the actual like sensor part that she would see is just like the vibrations from the Gertie will start to kind of coalesce into like, you know, a wavy vision, and that would be the thing that allows her to peer in. It just like creates just this kind of vibrating at the edges image of where the sensor is placed, so like, you know, nearby where she'd be theoretically, hopefully.
Okay. Alrighty. As you cast scry, and the spell coalesces and forms, you begin to see through this crystalline orb that exists in the ethereal plane near Ivana. Initially, what you see are these stony halls of frozen ice and packed with layer after layer of snow. You see creatures wander these halls, drudging through the snow. Creatures incredibly small or incredibly huge. But eventually, in a large throne room, you can see these tattered banners of gold and blue. You can see a drow woman sitting upon the throne with a chilling aura around her. You can see she sits there, waiting. She's not saying anything. She's not doing anything. She's just waiting. A few moments into the scry, maybe a minute or two, you can see she waits there impatiently. Till eventually there is this coalescence of dark matter. As emerging, you see a man, his face shrouded in shadow. As he looks towards Ivana, you can just barely get a look at his face. There is just a fair bit around his eye that is just exposed bone in an empty socket. You can see half of the face is just skeletal, while the other half is still skin and flesh. As it transitions from one to the other, you can see the bits of stringy flesh that connect to the bone and linger there as he talks and speaks. And you can see as he gestures, there is one skeletal hand exposed. Ivana speaks, says,
So, from what I hear, they have returned. Is this the case?
As he begins to speak, his voice rattles. It resonates in his skeletal form. Bits and pieces of flesh slop and fall off deeper into the cloak as he speaks, but then immediately regrow but are unable to find purchase on the barren land that is the skull.
In our effort to see them eradicated, there was an unintended and unknown entity that prevented it from happening. Should they have wandered into the ruins of Desavold, the sleeping city, they would have died. But we believe they were accosted by an individual who operates outside of Reachcom. Deep within a lake, there exists this entity. I have sent agents to investigate, and hopefully in time they will return with information. But as I said, should they have made their way through Desavold, should they have gone to the sleeping city of the Kotor, they would have died. That much I promise you.
Tell me, what good does it do if they would have died? Or should have died? It does not matter. They are alive. You had one job. And you claim that the father of lies uses you frequently?
Our organization belongs to no one. You will not talk down to me. We performed our duties to the best of our abilities. But we failed. That is true. We will continue our pursuits, but we must take time to discover a new plan, a new weakness. I believe I have found something. But
It will take time. There's an individual that I need to locate. In the meantime, I will have agents collect information that could be valuable to your cause. Very well. If that is the best you can offer, so be it. You may leave now. You are dismissed. And you can see he performs a small bow. And wrapping up into the threads of darkness and shadow, he fades as the spell ends. Well, not there. Because there would still be, that conversation wasn't fully 10 minutes, so there would still be a few minutes left. As you see her as she proceeds to stand and exit, from behind her, there is this sound of webs tearing. As you hear the tapping and chittering of arachnid-like creatures emerge. Stepping from the portal, startling Ivana, you see her freeze. As a woman you know very well, Carasilla, says, well, Ivana. It has been quite some time, hasn't it? As Ivana stands there, petrified. That is where the scry ends. Luckily for you, Carasilla, the true sight orb was to Malice's back. Because you are fairly confident, otherwise she would have been able to see you.
I was scared.
So,
Um,
with that, you immediately come back.
yeah, she would relay that conversation. So, not sure how much information on Ivana necessarily, but perhaps in other areas of concern as well. It's concerning to me, though, that Ivana is just waiting. Even if she supposedly knows all our numbers as well.
But it's good to know that she's nervous. I mean, somebody else was sent to take care of us. So she's scared, but with Malice being there, I don't know. how much she
Malice
could
was
add.
there. That's very interesting.
Seems to be Ivana's surprise as well. I don't know if she plans to stay. Hopefully it's just a quick visit. Be gone by the time we're there, but never know.
That's
we
true.
have to expect that she will be there.
I mean, she's a lady that likes to make deals. Maybe she knows Ivana's nervous, and since the plan didn't work that Malice saw us in the Underdark, maybe she's actually helping.
I think we should alert the other captain.
I think if Malice is going to be there, that's certainly something we should tell all the responsible parties. Everyone that's leading whoever.
Something interesting, just for a moment. Back when I was traveling with the Forerunners, there was a small encounter with Malice as well. The Forsaken Lorokan was attempting to catch her in something. He didn't believe she was, well, entirely trustworthy. Do you all think that it might be something to that extent?
No matter what, she's a Forsaken. Even if she's lying, she cannot be trusted by us.
No, of course. Plus, it's not like she's ever come to our aid before, right?
You'd hope not. She did make a deal with us in the past, remember, in Bromsgrove.
It wasn't complete aid, more like aligned interest, but we accepted so that we could get the mission done.
And that's where you lost Ashima.
He refused to go with Malice in any regard. So it was basically, we choose to keep going for the greater good or die now and let the course take its place.
That is very interesting and incredibly alarming. I do not judge any of you for taking that course, but very strange.
We could theorize all night why Malice could be there. The fact of the matter is, she is. And she is dangerous. We should act as though she is going to be helping Ivana fight.
I also think she seems like she, at least back in Bromsgrove, only wanted to make a deal with us because it was in her best interests. If perhaps she's also made herself against Ivana in some way. That could always be a possibility too. Wouldn't be helping us directly, but I don't know, she's already proven herself to be more complicated than just doing what's purely best for the Dark One.
I guess the only thing I could see of them having a history then is the Underdark families. And this is one of the biggest ones that made it out and made their own name on the surface. Maybe there's been some sort of history that continued on that we have not been made aware of yet. But it's honestly all just speculation. I agree with Ajax that we should operate that she's not our friend.
But I think going from that point was Baenirs that escaped and formed House Tabaris. As the matron of the Baenir family, I can't imagine she's too happy about having, well, her own divide against her create anything worth noting.
True.
And so I think, I don't know, at least hope that means that she's against Ivana in some twist of fate. But, again, it is all speculation.
It'd be
Has
great.
anyone-
I was just gonna say it would be great if she's also against Ivana, but wouldn't keep our guard down just out of the hope.
Zuni should have been back by now.
It is later. I'll message him. Hi, Suni. It is Kyo. I hope everything is going well with Hrothgar. Where are you? Love, Kyo. I got a response. Then, okay. I asked Cameron to type his response. Okay. He doesn't want to walk home alone. Okay, I'll come and we can walk together. I'll go get him. I hope Hrothgar wasn't too hard on him.
We know he definitely can be.
Yes, again.
Well, I'll be right back.
Thanks,
Get
Kyo.
back safe.
I will, I promise.
With that, Keothi gets up, walks out.
Well, if that's all said and done, I'm gonna keep tuning, and she's just gonna kind of adjust herself in her bed. Got some people to talk to tomorrow, and then we got a job to do. You all know how I feel about you, so don't be upset if I'm kind of just focusing for the next couple days.
Wait, how do you feel about me? That bad?
No, I was untuning. Ajax. You are worth fuck, words are hard, man. You know, I care. Whatever.
I know. Keep tuning. By the way, the armor is beautiful.
Yeah, it'll help me not eat shit as much, I hope. Didn't
Oh.
think it'd be my thing, but it's really light. Oh, jeez. And she, like, accidentally throws it in the air. Yeah, it's really light.
Ajax kind of nods, and then like he's gonna like start getting ready for bed, I guess, because it's nighttime, right? Like we're getting close to that
Yep.
part. He just kind of walks to his cot and under his breath goes,
Mithril.
not knowing that it's probably not mithril, but it looks like it's light as mithril.
I think it is.
It is.
I think it's
Ajax was right.
Kobdar. It's fucking
Oh, boy.
Kobdar Mithril.
Yep.
Made
Alright.
by the Mozdrons of the Kobdar Mountains of Kaladarian City.
There's a lot of caves.
I
in
know
there.
all the words.
Mark passes the history test.
You get to wear the armor.
That's the key to attunement. Can
That
only
was
be
heard.
attuned by somebody who remembers all of the fantasy made-up words.
Yep.
Cecily finally said all three of them in order, like... If you say Kaladarian 3 times, he will appear.
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Okay. Okay, so as all of you ready yourselves for bed, Suni, as you cling to the tree with Maggie, eventually you can hear footsteps approaching. The crunching of large footfalls under snow. As we remove that.
Suni? Are you here? It's me, it's Kyo. I'm using a spell. I know you're in the tree.
If she gets close enough, he's not been like incessantly whispering this the entire time, but every now and again he'll just kind of like she might be able to hear him say like, "I'm not a monster."
Suni? Suni, what's going on?
I'm a monster, and I didn't even know it.
Suni, no, you're not. I've been looking for you for the past 2 or 3 hours. I've been worried sick about you. Come down. You're not a monster.
Don't know.
Well, if you
Done
don't
so many things.
If you don't come down, you're gonna make me climb that tree.
Climb it. I'm not getting down.
Okay.
Takes a few minutes, but Kyo, through raw strength, she gets up to the top of the tree where you're at. And you can see on one of the larger branches that would be able to support her weight, she sits down on it with her feet swinging. And she kind of will just look and say,
Suni, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
There's been so many horrible, disgusting things. And I can't stop seeing them. Over and over.
and you can see she's just confused.
What do you mean? You keep seeing things?
Rothgard told me what it was that I did before I can remember. Guilty, I killed innocent little kids. But that's not even the worst thing.
I'm sorry.
Saw Emerald earlier. Just briefly. And he made me live through them.
Gods. Suni, you have to know that if there is an emerald that is talking to you, you can't trust what he says. He's not a good
Kyo.
person.
What if I'm not either?
Yes, you are. You are a good person. To me, at least, you are. To all of our friends, to the people you've been traveling with for so long, they think you're a good person.
What if they're wrong? What if Emerald's right? What if all it takes is one more thing, one more step, one more challenge before I'm corrupted into that again? It happened once, how can I know it's not going to happen to me?
You can see she thinks for a long time and says,
I guess you don't. But you have me, you have Bianca, Carasilla, Cecily, Ajax. If you really needed him, you know you have Poe too. And somewhere out there, you know Ashima is there too. Hrothgar is there for you. Elwyn is there for you. You have so many people that are here to support you. Just don't forget that and everything will be okay, all right?
It's just a slight childlike, kind of like furrowed browed nod as he's still kind of hugging onto his knees. Yo, I don't know how to make it right.
I don't know either. I've read a lot of books. I've lived a long life so far, and I don't have the answer for you, Suni. And I'm sorry. But I think it's an answer that you need to find on your own. There's no equation or list of ingredients to making yourself feel like a good person. It's something you have to find on your own. Now, I know...
I want to believe that I can find that. I really do. But Hrothgar told me that, you know, being a Dragonborn is about balance. And how can I balance out a lifetime of horrible, horrible things? There's not enough time. This is my last time here. That's what Elwyn told me.
Well, then you have to make it count. It's not a question, then. You have to make it matter. You can't let that side of you win. Be better. Better than you ever were or ever could be. Now,
Well, it can be better.
you see she kind of bows her head, and she looks back to you and says,
Sunny, why don't we get down from this tree and go back to the room? I'm sure the others are worried sick about you.
Yeah. Okay.
The last thing you should be is alone right now.
Right. Honestly, we don't really have time to be distracted like this over the next couple of days, so I guess I just gotta start with the list of good deeds in front of me.
You can see she nods. And she will sort of, because there's like a giant tree trunk that's splitting the two of you right now, she will kind of reach around and squeeze your shoulder very intently. And will then begin to sort of climb down the tree and then help you down to the best of her ability.
He'll come down, and then he will in for Maggie to follow him.
Maggie easily skitters down the tree.
And then, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, as you call down Maggie, and you just stand there, Keothi will hug you very tightly. She won't say anything in that moment, but she'll just be a presence there.
Yeah.
Until after a few moments, she breaks away. And the two
Thank
of
you,
you...
Keo.
Of course. I'm always here for you, Sunny, okay?
I know that.
All right.
With that, two of you begin to head back. I'll say that, Bianca, just as you're getting ready to head to bed, you receive a message from Keothi as she says,
Sorry I've been gone so long. I found Sunny. We're headed back now.
Not a problem. Glad you're both okay. Looking forward to seeing you.
So by the time the two of them get back, I suppose I leave it up to the group that is in the rest area itself. By the time they get back, though, most of you normally would either have begun your meditation or started sleeping. Oh, but you guys do watches anyway, so we'll say that Carasilla, right, just being on first watch, you are awake before you begin your meditation as the two of them arrive.
How's Sunny looking at this point?
I don't think Dragonborn can cry, but he looks like if he could cry, that he had been crying for a really long time.
Okay. She'll quickly look to Kyo in a kind of like, is this a problem now thing, or are we just, are we okay?
You can see she would kind of look at you and shake her head just a little bit. And maybe just be like, wait.
Okay. Good to see you're home safe, Sunny.
Good to be home.
I've already taken up first watch if you'd like to get some sleep.
Yeah, that'd be good. And he'll make his way to bed, and he'll try to sleep. Probably not exceptionally well, but...
Okay. Alrighty. So, Sunny, you head to sleep. Carasilla, you finish out your watch. You head to sleep. The rest of the watches happen. You take them. I'm okay with just saying that's the next step. My question is, Carasilla, as you enter your trance, do you delve deeper into your dreams? Or do you choose to let them lay at the surface?
Dive in, baby. Let's go.
I feel conflicted. I already feel like I've been doing a shit ton. But I don't know. I think I will, because we are coming back to Maester at some point as well, right?
You are. Mm-hmm.
I think I'll refrain. I think the things I'd like to do there can wait.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good. You allow your surface dreams to be the primary space where you dwell, and in those areas you have no influence over them, and they are nothing more than your brain trying to organize the thoughts of the day, week, year, and life. So, with that, with that, yeah, man, I don't know. I guess if I said it, right? Who knows? Maybe there are some things in this world that can compel Dragonborn to cry. So, with that, there we go. All of you eventually wake up bright and early on the second morning, ready to tackle the day and everything you wish to do. So, what we'll go ahead and do is we'll go ahead and start with Cecily bright and early in the morning.
Yeah. So she's gonna be uncharacteristically chipper. As she's just kind of having breakfast and practicing a juggling routine in the corner and whatever. She did her normal serious stuff too, you know, like meditated on how to wield magic to kill and whatever. But like, she's just oddly jovial. Yeah, she'll be the first to, after breakfast, she has a gardening date with Dad. So she's gonna go do that. I imagine they set a time, and she's just gonna like run and go meet him somewhere near the Dryad's Grove.
Mm-hmm.
And she's kind of just trying to have as normal of a day as possible. And she won't say it out loud, but in the back of her head, she's like, you know, people die when we do these things. Like, I might as well have this one day, just in case.
Mm-hmm. And so the two of you meet, and you can see that he is equally as excited as he says,
Well, are you ready?
Yeah, I went to the market and I got this thingy. She holds up a trowel. She doesn't call it by name.
That's a very nice trowel.
Trowel. Okay. So I always just called it the little shovel.
Oh,
Daenerys never corrected me.
well, it is still correct. Except, we can use it, but I thought that today we could, use our hands.
Yeah, no, sure. Where do we go that's not gonna fuck up the main food source here?
Well, let us explore. Let us find something.
and with that, he will gesture the entrance and say,
Lead the way.
Oh, I lead the way.
Mhm.
Okay. And she'll just kind of be looking around like, that's kind of, it's got some roots. It's got some weird shade. And she'll just be kind of indecisively wandering until eventually she finds a nice little spot where it's nice, no elevation, no other like choking crops in the way.
A beautiful spot.
I didn't think to ask yesterday. Did you bring anything to plant?
Yes, I did.
Okay, that's good, because I didn't. I was so worried about the shovel problem.
Don't worry about it. I brought 3 very special plants for us. Oh, 4, I suppose, actually. You see, long ago, even before everything, I still enjoyed gardening, except most of what I gardened was magical plants and herbs to help and heal, to empower. So, I brought seeds today that would grow in this grove, to give the people of Maester an opportunity to elevate themselves and what they're capable of. Not everyone can have the same advantages as you and I.
Oh. Alright. I'll get started here. And she'll flop spot.
All right. That looks good to me.
And you can see he begins to very lightly, with reverence, begin to dig into the dirt. And you can see that even in his broken state that he was, that shell, the motions are still the same. This very obviously is something he spent a lot of time doing that is muscle memory ingrained in him.
First up, I thought we would plant the moon blossoms.
Gotcha. She'll kind of look around. And I take it they're all just seeds.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
She'll guess. She'll point at one.
Those are the star lilies.
And point at another one.
Those are the flame roses.
So they gotta be that.
Well, no. They are these ones. That's okay. That's okay. You're still learning. Now, moon blossoms are very interesting. For one, they only bloom in full moonlight. They have petals that are as silver as moonlight. They smell of jasmine. They allow, when brewed into a potion, for someone to peer into the ethereal plane. Or, in some cases, can even be brewed as a love tonic. So, if you're having any troubles with any potential partners, that might be a solution for you.
Well, the love tonic makes them fall in love with you, right? Because
Yes, it is not a suggestion.
yeah, I think the problem's a little more complicated than that.
Very
But whatever,
fair.
the moonlight thing sounds cool.
Now, the thing with moon blossoms is you have to make sure that wherever you plant them, there's no trees directly above. They'll never bloom without moonlight.
So, as the two of you begin to plant the moon blossoms, the two of you work together, you find a small spot, and eventually you move on to the... Well, I guess he would say he would hold the three out for you, and he would say,
So, which one would you like to plant next?
Star lilies.
Star lilies. Very good.
Yeah. Sounds cool. I don't know what that is. Does it also not take water and sun like a normal plant?
It does. But star lilies, they begin to glow like constellations upon a clear midnight sky. They will still grow and they will still glow any other part of the day. But you can see constellations of balance, of the jester, in the lilies themselves. These, the petals are iridescent in starlight. And it is said that these star lilies, when brewed into a potion, have the ability to give you uncanny control over your dreams.
Well, Carousel might want that. Unless she already has that. She can do like 9 things. I can't keep up.
Yes, bards tend to be a jack of all trades.
I've always wondered who Jack is in that saying. But
He was
Shell-
the first gleeman.
No shit.
That was a joke.
Oh, damn. Well, it sounds cool.
Yes.
You should
Maybe
tell
it
her that.
was.
Yeah, she'll make it into something. Make it into a routine. It's a good story.
and he'll chuckle and begin to plant again. This time, he has the two of you do it together. Right? The first time he planted the moon blossom after having you help him find a spot. This time he'll ask you to dig out a small crevice or to use the tool that you purchased to do a little bit of the digging, and then he will kind of refine it a little bit. Plant the seeds and then cover it up and ask you to pat it down. Then he holds out.
He's doing it very gently with his giant hands, and she's like trying to be gentle, but then she doesn't get as much purchase of the soil and is like, like
No. Come slowly.
You're so fast. She's just
Cecily, gardening is the art of sowing with patience and reaping joy. Slowly. Okay?
I know. Just saying it helps you that you can take out 6 inches at a time.
You're right. Which is why I'm glad you brought a tool. It helps things go by a little bit faster.
Yeah, so she'll eventually use the trowel, and she'll eventually give in once all of her nails are dirt caked.
Okay. All right. And then we have 2 more.
She'll just point at the left one. That one.
Very good choice. Flame roses. These grow in bright, vibrant sunlight, in incredible warmth. The petals are orange and red. They flicker with flame. It smells of warm spices and can be brewed into a potion to give even the most meek farmer the resolve of the most valiant hero. Now these are special. We need to plant them. So, during the day, they get direct sunlight. So we need to find somewhere in this grove where sun is always hitting.
Probably want a bit of height then, so maybe that. She'll
And-
point a little hill or something.
Yeah, point to a hill that kind of goes over the height of many of the trees, and he says,
Well, I think that you are quite the expert so far. You know quite a bit more than what your novice trowel ability would lead on.
Yeah, well, Mom did most of the work. I usually just kind of hung out there and dug.
Well, your knowledge is proving much more superior than that. But let's go. Let's plant.
So, with that, you move up to the hill, you begin to dig a bit, and this time he lets you do more, right? He might begin to dig a little bit, ask you to finish it out, ask you to plant the seeds, ask you to cover up most of it, but then he'll sort of soften out the dirt and round out the job. And then he brings out the final pile of seeds and says,
So, which one should we do next?
Ooh, I don't know.
It's a hard
Maybe
choice.
we should go. Yeah. Should we go back to the Star Lilies?
Well, I don't have any more star lily seeds on me, sadly.
Ah, damn. All right, I'll just do whatever that is.
These are seeds of Cecily. They are resilient. Most people would call them weeds, I suppose. I think they are beautiful, and in a grove like this, they will make a beautiful accent.
Have to get them their own spot. As nice as they are, they kind of choke stuff out, don't they?
Exactly.
so here. And he has you open your hand, and he puts the seeds, and he closes your hand and says,
You find it, you plant it, and when you're done, come and find me.
She'll nod. And she will find a spot, knowing that they're weeds that can endure stuff. She'll try to find a spot that's mostly dead, like something that's shady. You know, the earth's a little bit cracked.
Yeah.
So that she'll plant something that can deal with almost anything to bring a little bit of life back into that area that's having a harder time.
And that's exactly what you find. There is a spot in the far corner of the grove that is right outside of the reach of the druids or of the dryad's warmth. You can see that the ground is harder, it's a little bit more cold. Most of the flowers and grass in this corner have wilted and died. But you can see there are small weeds that have begun to grow that are just barely able to live, but you're fairly confident that the seeds of Cecily will thrive here. So, you go throughout the process. You dig up the earth, you plant the seeds, sparingly spread out to cover the entire corner. And with that, you go and find Tyr.
And she'll kind of say, found a dirty little corner. Just kind of felt right, you know?
Very well. Let's go and see your handiwork.
And as they're walking, she'll kind of just the few paces between or whatever, she'll say to him, so that love potion, well, it's not going to be ready for a little bit, but if someone gave it to themselves, would they figure out how to like themselves? Has no one ever done that? That's the first thing I thought of.
Well, there was one man, a Thorolian man, many years ago. long before I was alive, actually, by the name of Narcissus. And he did just that. He drank the love potion and he looked in a mirror. Sadly, it did not have the effect that you asked about. He fell in love with himself. He could barely take his eyes off the mirror. He denied everyone else his love, and he only kept it for himself. No creature on earth was as beautiful as he.
Well, that doesn't really sound much like love, then.
No. Well, it is, but in a very twisted way.
It's kind of weird planting stuff somewhere that I'm not gonna see every day. I used to go outside of our little shack that we had, kind of in the middle of the street. You had rain leaking in one of the corners, and I'd run outside to the little grove we had, and I would just crouch down by the plants there and lecture them. Try to get them to grow faster.
Hmm.
Oh, especially when we tried to plant food. Couldn't wait.
Food is by far the most stubborn of things you can grow. Except for potatoes. Potatoes will grow in just about anything.
I couldn't wait. Well, then I got it, and I ate it, and it was gone. What was it? 4 months.
It is sad when the food you grow you eat for necessity. There's no time to savor your hard work. But I guarantee you, the moment you can plant a grove of strawberries, wait that time that it takes for them to grow, to pluck one off and take a bite. There is nothing sweeter when it is not for necessity. Patience is a virtue. It is one of the hardest things to learn. But it is the most important. I like to think that after everything transpired, after the events in Losha, I like to think that you planted seeds in me. Whether I knew it or not, they began to grow. And when my soul was returned to me, I had such vivid memories of you coming to see me, of us gardening together. I know it is not the same, but I hope that that gives you a similar feeling of sweetness.
What was she like?
Oh, Estrid was beautiful. She was kind, but fierce. I had never met a woman who could have such valor and strength. So gifted with the storm, but could so easily quell it. She was breathtaking in every way.
Was she able to do all this stuff too?
She was gifted with the storm, same as you. You see, thunder and lightning is not something you get from me. Your tenacity and valor, I'm sure, your bravery, sometimes too much, I'm sure your companions will say.
Yeah, they say that.
But your ability to connect to that maelstrom, that comes from her.
Wow. I've been assuming that was you this whole time.
The traces of old blood that runs in your veins is from me. That much is true. But the storm that courses in your heart, it is from her.
Well, then... I guess I already know what she's like. With her every day.
And you can see he smiles at that. A very genuine, loving smile.
Was she able to do the bubble?
The bubble.
Nice. Alright, check this shit out. And even though it's not raining, she's just gonna make the sort of translucent dome. And since there's no rain, it's just like a little like shimmer line that you can sort of see, and the wind sort of like domes over it. It's cooler when it's raining.
Oh. Well, I think that it's pretty cool right now.
What about this? And she'll make a gust of wind blow both of their hair in their face.
Well, I'm not sure if she could do that exactly. She never used it in that way, but something similar, yes. Thank you, Cecily.
Yeah.
Well, I think that now the next step, let's you and I go get something to eat. What do you say?
Yeah. Yeah, I could always eat.
All right. Let's go.
And she'll wherever they eat, she'll eat anything. It's, you know, his pick and his treat, but you know.
Yeah.
But
You know, I'm kind of strapped for cash right now.
hey, daughter, I'm back. I really need $20.
You know,
but-
you're kind of famous now. You know, you got money.
heard you won the lotto, kid. But as they're chatting, she'll just keep like showing off magic things that are not dangerous.
Okay.
She doesn't have many of those, but one of them is jump. So she'll just jump around for a bit. Just like a kid showing you her toys. Just
Yeah.
like, look at this. And then she'll do some alter self and be like, give me some characters.
Mm-hmm.
And then she'll try her best. And there's not too many people that they usually know that she would want to impersonate, but like,
Yeah.
you know, she'll do like archetypes, commedia dell'arte.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And then yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. Very good. So the two of you spend the rest of the day with each other, gardening, eating, and then resting after a hard day's work. So
Last note, I'll just say
Yeah.
at the very end, she'll just kind of, whenever they're departing after like resting on a hill or whatever, she'll stretch and say, "All right, don't tell anyone else in my group, but I'm gonna go sort out a thing with a boy now."
Oh, well, I wish you the very best of luck.
Yeah. I'm gonna need it.
All right. So Cecily, as you head off to go do that, we will go ahead and hop to Bianca. Oh my god, that was
I
crazy.
picked the wrong thing. I'm sorry.
It was really funny because you pulled down your mic and then immediately disconnected, and I was like, oh, Discord did not like that. That's crazy.
Hi, I'm here. What's up?
Yeah, so we're hopping to you now.
Cool. I know that John and I talked about Bianca and Ajax doing a thing together, and then I had a Bianca thing by herself. So I don't know if John, you want to do the Bianca Ajax thing now.
It's
Yeah.
up to you.
Let's do it.
Let's vibe.
Ajax
Let's go
Bianca
for it.
thing.
Hell yeah. I think Bianca can like approach Ajax actually. And what's Ajax doing probably?
It's first thing in the morning, right?
Sure.
Okay.
It is
Uh,
now.
Ajax is an early bird, so he's not in the longhouse. He would be outside training.
Perfect. Bianca's not a morning person, so she will do the good old Alton squint outside. And she's like, oh, morning sun. And she will go find Ajax practicing. Hey, you have a second?
Yeah, 1 minute.
And he just kind of puts the spear and like cleans out the tip of it and puts it away, and then kind of just like wipes his face.
What's up?
I just wanted to check in, I guess. I know you're very focused on practicing right now and tomorrow. And I know you can get in your head about things, and maybe you're focusing a little too much on doing everything right. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't trying to hold yourself to some crazy standard that you tend to do, and making sure you give yourself a little bit of grace today.
Carousel, you do realize it's very early in the morning.
Yes, and Suni, you are saying the wrong name.
Oh my god.
It's okay.
Bianca!
I thought it was a
He's
bit.
old. It's all good.
I thought it was a bit. That's crazy.
I thought it was a bit too. I was just gonna keep rolling with it. I was like, all right, Suni, sounds good.
Yeah, just that was Ajax's brain wasn't working properly.
He was focused on
God damn it.
training.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I know it's early in the morning. As she continues to squint like this.
I appreciate it. No, I'm doing okay. I'm obviously practicing, making sure that I'm still on. When you get older, you know, you have to keep up or you'll start to not remember things. Like people's names.
Funny you say that. I
I
mean,
appreciate it.
yeah. I know you're just trying to keep yourself sharp and everything, but just like I said, try and take it easy. You've been very hard on yourself since basically since I've known you, but definitely since Periton.
I'm working on it.
It's noted, but still a work in
Speaking of,
progress.
it is early in the morning. Did you want to spar?
Well, you definitely have the advantage since I don't do well with the sun, but sure. Might as well.
We can spar and talk.
All right. And she will, I mean, I guess she probably had her weapons on her already, so she'll just get ready.
So I think as they're sparring, you know, we're not, you know, we're just sparring and talking at the same time. So Ajax is like,
Well, you've definitely gotten a lot better from the last spar.
Honestly, focusing on one weapon has kind of been really good for me. I think having my brain split in two places didn't help as much, and now just focusing on the sword makes things better.
Well, you are very proficient with the sword.
Thank you. I try. And you seem
You're
to have
welcome.
figured out the spear.
I have a little bit more learning to do, but I feel pretty confident with it now.
Seems natural.
I actually was going to talk to you at some point today. I was going to let you sleep in, but apparently you didn't want to let yourself sleep in.
Hard to sleep in. Hard to sleep. With
Agreed.
everything coming up.
I wanted to say that, well, something I've said multiple times. One thing is that I want to thank you for everything you've done and everything that we've been through together. You've had my back, and it is appreciated.
Well, you've definitely had mine. Before
Well,
I
you
could
had
even
to pay me
have
back at some point.
You're welcome. And thank you as well. Always thank you.
The other thing I wanted to say is I'm proud of you. You've come a long way since, well, Velka.
I feel like a different person, but I really appreciate that.
Well, this different person you feel like is a great, wonderful person.
Thank you. Truly, that
And now the good. And now the third thing.
oh my
we've
gosh,
had
there's
this
so many
conversation.
things.
Again, I wanted you to have to sleep in, but we've had this conversation many times. And
he'll like stop and say,
I think it's probably hard to hear me talking while we're sparring.
Sometimes.
We're going into battle, but this isn't like the other. This feels more dangerous than Parrot. Magnitudes above.
In some ways, it probably is. In some ways, I feel so much more confident and prepared. Territon felt like whiplash. This feels. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why I'm not as nervous.
It's because we are prepared. Well, prepared as much as we can be. We don't know what lies on the other side of that wall, truly. Or what lies on the battlefield. All we know is that we are walking into a war. Inevitable danger. Creatures that we've never seen before. I want to say that we've had the conversation of making sure we stay alive. But I want to make a promise. I promise to you that I will not run into unnecessary danger, and I will not die. But I need that promise from you as well.
And you can see as she looks down at the armor that she's wearing and the lantern on her hip. I think recently, with everything, I just have a much different opinion on life and death. I think that's another reason why I'm not feeling quite as nervous about this. I have no intentions of dying, and none of you will be dying on my account. But I'm not afraid. Everything's part of a cycle. I think we have a bigger story than just the Old Kingdom. I think we have a bigger journey that we need to seek out. And I promise to you that I too will not be making rash judgments and risks. I plan on making it out. But I'm at peace if I don't.
I think I am too. But we don't owe it just to us.
No, you're
We
right.
owe it to everyone.
You're absolutely right. And even just beyond the party, this land needs our help. We can't just start a war and leave them with the aftermath. It's not over once we win. This is my life now. And I'm ready to give my life to these people in whatever capacity that may be. I am theirs now.
And they are so glad and should be grateful to have you. As I and the rest of us are. Here.
And he starts to undo one of the braids. And you see that he undoes one of the rings that he has in his hair. And it looks like this silver banded ring. No diamonds or jewels, it just looks like a plain silver band. And he holds it, and it's very small compared to his fingers.
This was my father's. His wedding band. I would like you to hold on to this as my promise that I will not die in this battle, and that we will make it out alive. Continue.
She will hold out her hand and take it. And I accept it. And she puts it on her... the one that doesn't show married. The other hand. And she'll say, every day that I wear this is my promise to you that I will be fighting to live, to keep going. Always.
I'll want it back after the battle.
Oh, well, shit. That's a pretty bad oath on my part.
It's okay. It has a lot of sentimental value.
Well, then here. I can do this. And then she takes off the signet ring and gives it to him. That's my promise. But I want that back after the battle. A lot of sentiment.
Of course.
To you.
Oh,
And he ties it into the hair.
we have a rough couple days ahead of us.
I know. And I don't know why I feel good. But I do.
Because we're going to win.
But how do you feel?
I feel confident. Over the past couple days, I have been battling with my thought. But I'm at peace.
Good.
I feel that not only is everyone behind us in this battle, but in a weird way, Halor as well.
I'm glad you're feeling that.
Odd. I am created by Halor and Leos. I've never had a connection.
I mean, I'm sure it's always been there. How can you be created by somebody, something as intentional as giving you life, and them not have a plan for you?
Seems that through everything I've been through in my life, this has been the true plan all along.
And maybe it is, and even if it's another phase to lead you to where you're supposed to be, I think every phase and instance matters.
Well, I'm hoping after everything's done, and by everything I mean we defeat the Dark One, I won't have to pick up the spear again.
If that's what you want, then I want that for you.
I fought a lot, Bianca,
I know.
and I'm getting old.
Less obvious.
Because of all the fur.
Hides it well.
Bianca, as you laugh with Ajax and you just kind of fidget with the ring, moving it around your finger as it's just a little loose, you can feel these inscriptions on it. As you look down at the ring, it's not a language you know. But Ajax, from your perspective, what you see is the one eye in her head that has this ghastly blue flame emanating from it, it grows brighter. And Bianca, in that moment, as you hold that ring, the world of Maester fades. The sounds of the city dim. As you see miles of farmland around you. You see crops as far as the eye can see and a small farmhouse. And sitting in front of it is a small hamper, a small basket in the middle of the night. You can see the door open. An older man with darker olive toned skin, a beard that is black and gray, slightly wavy, a shaved head. You see as he looks out, it is. No. Elna. Come. You would not believe. And you see a woman, equal dark hair, similar skin tone, wearing robes of white and green and blue. As she looks out, you see the two of them look to each other, this look of awe and happiness on their face. You see she grips hold of the man she's next to and says, Lucas, is it? We have been blessed. You see the man, he kneels down in front of the basket and pulls back some of the cloth swaddling the small child that you hear. And as the cloth is pulled back, you see a small Leonin. For a moment, Bianca, you cannot believe that Ajax was ever that small. But as the man picks up the small Leonin and sort of cradles him, and you see the two of them look to each other with love in their eyes. They look up to the sky. And down at the small child, and you see the man, Lucas. He says, you will be strong. So strong. A warrior, I feel. You need a warrior's name. And you see he looks to Elna. She says, what do you think of Ajax? Oh, that is very good, very good. What do you think? And you see the small Leonin babe sort of gurgle a bit. He likes it, see? Oh. Your surname will be given to you later. In the temple of Apollo. But for now, you will be one of us. How does that sound? Ajax Polemos. Has a good ring to it, right? I think it sounds wonderful. Ajax Polemos. And you see the farmer, as the two of them walk into the house, as the vision begins to close, you see as he holds the small baby, he says, you know, Ajax, we used to be kings, we did. We used to be kings that ruled the land. Polemos is a strong name. My great-grandfather was Ajax. And I have a feeling you will be much stronger than he ever was. As you can see, the two walk back into the house. You can see they are full of joy and love and faith. As the vision fades, You return to Maester as the sounds of farmland fade. The sounds of the city return. As you look to Ajax, you could not be more clear of the vision that you just saw. But sadly, Bianca, you know the only reason you could have seen that was because the words inscribed onto that ring were inscribed by somebody who is no longer here.
She will kind of like, from her good eye, kind of like keep a tear from like falling. And as she like fiddles with the ring, Polemos,
I'm sorry?
your family name is Polemos? It's inscribed. Do you not remember?
How do you...
I believe that with the vision from the Valkyrie, I can sometimes, if the Raven Queen allows, read scriptures that are from those who are past. That's the most rational thing I can make out. I've never had that happen to me before. Couldn't read this on my own, that's for sure. Is it a language you don't know either?
Yes, I've never been able to read it. Lemos.
Thuralian. Sounds. Were you aware of that at least? That your family's Thuralian?
Yes.
You see that Ajax is kind of like mustering up the courage to talk about his parents.
I never knew their last name. I never really knew their first names. I just called them Mom and Dad.
Did they say their first names in the vision?
Yeah, Lucas and Elna.
Okay, she would tell Ajax those names then.
I knew that. You see, Bianca, when someone is gifted a Leonin, or born into, they do not take the name of their parents. They take a name given to them by the temple to honor Pelor.
Is that what Dawn Rider is then?
Yes. I never knew their last name because they died when I was young. I was about 5 when it happened.
What? How, you don't have to tell me what
It's
happened.
been long enough. My parents were simple farmers. And one night, a thief broke in. My father tried to stop him, and my father was very strong. But it wasn't just one thief. There were 3, and they overpowered him. And then my mother. They looked to me. One of them held a knife to my throat, and then left. I guess they thought it wasn't worth killing a child.
Glad they had the decency to acknowledge that at least. I'm sorry.
It wasn't too long after that I became of age that I joined the Children of the Flame. My parents' death is the whole reason I am what I am.
That's so. I mean, I guess that makes sense with everything that I've known about you, but I'm just. And I know, like you said, it's been long enough, but. I'm just really sorry. We could go to Thrall and put them to rest if you want.
That was done shortly after. After their deaths, I well, went through the system as a sort.
Yeah, we're familiar.
One of the things I am not proud of is that when I found those people that did it.
And I assume they're not
No
with
longer alive. Ugh. Lemos.
So named after your great-grandfather.
I am.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, those people who took your family from you, they had it coming. If it wasn't you, there would have been some other end to them, I'm sure. Don't let it weigh on you. I guess.
I've forgiven myself for that. Thank you. It seems like every single time we talk, you always surprise me with something.
She'll just go up and hug him.
And he hugs back.
I know you struggle with people being in your life for a short period of time, but I wish you could see how blessed they are with that period that they got to have. You make lives fuller.
Yeah.
Squeeze a little tighter.
Okay. So, as the two of you finish up your conversation, you maybe go back to sparring for just a little bit before eventually parting ways and handling your separate deeds for the day. We'll go ahead and pop to now. Suni, I know that you said you wanted to talk to somebody, but then you had yesterday.
He just put he just put a BRB.
Oh my goodness. All right,
Yeah.
Carasilla. You said you had things you wanted to do today.
Yeah, it's really funny because the first thing she wanted to do that morning was check in on Suni. So I'm just gonna assume that happens, and it was a okay time. But yes, the thing she wanted to do is she did want to, obviously before they start traveling and assumedly then fighting, she did want to spend some time in the camp area where the Children of the Flame are. And at some point in that day also have another talk with Hrothgar. But yeah, just that morning she wants to be able to know people, you know? That's all.
Okay. Yeah. So as you begin to well, as you're leaving the door ready to go and do this, you see Suni now kind of like rolls to the side of the bed and seems to be awake. As you see Suni begin to stir, Carasilla, Suni is there if you'd like to speak with him.
Yeah, just as he's getting up, she would just make her way over. Are you alright? At least better this morning? You seemed a
Junie
little
will blink a few times, just processing being alive. And then his brow will furrow a little bit, and he'll say, "Okay."
You sure about that one?
No.
Well, you know, if you ever want to talk, everyone, always here. I know you've already had Kyrthi and she's hard to match, but still stands.
I really appreciate that, Carasilla. This is one of those things that I don't know if I can exactly just be talked out of feeling this way, you know? It's gonna take some time.
Talking out of it, no, but processing's also important.
True.
I'm not gonna tell you not to feel things.
Well, I'm feeling a lot of things right now.
Right. As I said, if you ever wish to talk about any of those feelings, always here. And she will just give him a little shoulder squeeze. But yeah, let him get ready for his own day, I suppose.
I'll be ready to talk more about it soon, I promise. And he'll squeeze her hand on his shoulder back.
And I'll be ready.
His hand on her hand on his shoulder is what I meant to say. Sorry.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
Okay.
She just wanted to check in, that's all.
Alrighty. So, as you make your way to the camp of the Children of the Flame, just getting to know people, you stumble upon a group of 4 individuals. You can see a middle-aged elvish man. He has dark black hair, but with these streaks of white that are beginning to show. As an elf, you know that he's probably in his early to mid hundreds, or 100, so 120, 150 in that range. There is another woman, a gnomish woman, who seems to be much younger. And then there is a human man in his 30s, maybe. You can see he's wearing a bit heavier plate armor. And the fourth individual, younger man wearing a cloak that matches the colors of the Children of the Flame, but the rest of his attire not matching at all. And you can see he's sort of driving the conversation as you approach, as he says, "And so there I was, right next to a member of the Wanderers, and we kind of hit it off, I'm not going to lie. You see, it was almost unspoken, but almost like he was sort of welcoming me into their group. It was the craziest thing."
I think just kind of as you say in that last line, she wants to kind of step in right behind him and put a hand on his shoulder. "Oh, I feel like I should have been alerted to any new individuals."
And this is Karasilla Dulski, Senior Kindled. I haven't had the chance to meet her yet, but it's very nice to meet you. I don't know if Suni had the chance to talk about our encounter yet.
Hasn't had the pleasure of sharing it yet. Your name was?
Alistair.
Alistair.
Alistair Brightwood. Yes, I'm sure you maybe have heard of me. I maybe not. Probably. I did a lot of touring in the theater and music circuits in the Riverlands and around Raven Rock. I did a few performances adjacent to the theater in Raven Rock, to Bosserman's Theater, adjacent to Bosserman's Theater. Yes.
Bosserman's a big name. That's certainly no small thing.
Yes, well, big names on everything. I personally think Bosserman is kind of a hack. I think that he steals a lot of other people's work, but you can't deny what profound impact he's had, even if it is by stealing other people's work. But, art is theft, right? Right.
I've enjoyed these things. Although I suppose I don't know what kind of caliber of performer you are yourself. So maybe you could surprise me with that.
I am a chameleon, truthfully. Need you a thespian? I can do it. Need you an artiste? I'm quick with a paintbrush. Need you a musician? Slings around the lute. Doo-doo-doo. I'm there.
A lute player, I see.
Of course, nothing can compare to the marvelous nature of the hurdy-gurdy, with its musical name and intonation. But I play what my simple fingers can comprehend.
You'd have to show me something.
Yes.
You prepare first if it's such a daunting task.
No need to prepare. I am always ready to delight the ears of listeners with my dulcet tones.
Go on.
Shit, right now? Fuck. Okay.
I think it's just used some music. I did give you the chance to prepare, but apparently always prepared is a good thing to be.
I can... No problem. All right. And you see, he sort of looks at you. Do you have a favorite song?
Whatever your favorite is.
My favorite? I can't play my favorite in a military camp. It's best suited for other places. I'll play something. I'll play something. And you see he begins to pluck away a slow and somber tone. He is good. You can recognize that. He is very good. Is he as good as you? No. But he is good. As he slowly begins to pick away and as he begins to sing, he does have a very nice voice. He is a very high tenor. I will not be singing as Alistair.
No.
Alistair is a very high tenor. He has a very pretty voice. And eventually he sings a song that is it is a ballad about two individuals from rival kingdoms, rival houses in Ivarium that had fallen in love and fell out of love, and because of the rift that caused between them, they ended up sending so many people to fight and die, only for them to reconcile their love at the end of the war and join their two kingdoms, completely casting aside the thousands of people that died for a war that was pointless. You've heard the song before, though. However, in any iteration you've heard of the song, it was always about kingdoms in Adarashi, House Akai versus one of the other two. Never Iverion, but interesting. It's the same melody with a few different flourishes, but generally the same song. A couple of name changes here and there, but it's interesting that it's so similar.
Yeah, at its conclusion, she'll give a very wholehearted clap.
Thank you. Thank you.
Certainly are quite the performer then.
And that is only one song of my incredibly lengthy repertoire.
Oh, I'm sure it's a very lengthy repertoire. But I feel a lot of places around here could use more music. It's good to see others share that sentiment.
Thank you.
Maybe it would be worth considering having you join us as a wanderer, hey?
And he looks to the other three. See, I told you, Samuel, Amelia, Ben, right? Right? And you can see the older elvish man, Samuel says,
If you join them, does that mean you leave?
no, I'm here for the long run. Had a higher calling, have to answer it, You know, right? Ben, right? Ben doesn't say anything, right?
Well, that'd also be testament to the fact that, you could join us and still work with the Children of the Flame. But I would also like to make myself clear that I'm not offering anything. I'm not sure exactly what we're doing.
I am flattered by the offer, but I spent quite a bit of time, in fact, a lengthy duration with the Forerunners. It was awful. They were great. I was in a siege, and I'm gonna be in another one. That's 2 more sieges than I ever thought I would ever see in my entire life. So after this, I'd like to not be in that much danger. Love to still help people with music, like you said. If I end up in a 3rd fucking siege in my life, I swear upon the old gods and the new, I don't know what I'd do. I just don't want to. Yeah.
I mean, in all honesty, I share the sentiment, but we are in unprecedented times. But we'll see. I wouldn't discount yourself for helping in other ways either, though.
Well, thank you for the vote of confidence. I can handle myself. I know that I can. It just sucks, But hey, sometimes that's what heroes have to do, right?
What a hero you are.
You know it. Anyway, the last time one of the wanderers came walking through here, they were looking for Hrothgar. Is that the case this time as well?
A little bit. I just wanted to put a few names to faces. Spend some time here whilst everyone is not so stressed about what's to come. But admittedly, yes, I was also looking to speak with him as well.
Nice. Might as well add foresight to my gift of my list of great gifts. But yeah, Hrothgar's right over there. A fair bit. His camp is centralized in that point.
I'll be able to find him.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So yeah, I mean, I guess she will make her way over to Hrothgar. Always find him.
Yeah, and as you're making your way throughout the camp, you can make small talk with other groups of individuals, back and forth, and enjoying your time, building a bit of a repertoire with some of the individuals. Eventually, you make your way to Hrothgar's camp, and you can see there's a large centralized tent where he stands. There's a small table where there's this very crudely drawn map of the different barriers and walls that were given to them by Liliana. You can see he looks up as you enter with a smile on his face. I will be right back. I think I just heard something. I just want to make sure everything's okay, but I'll be right back. I'm not going to go to break or anything. I'll only be a couple minutes. All right.
Okay.
All right, and now we figure it out.
Figure out what?
We are entertaining. That's what we got to do, right?
Oh, fuck. Yeah, this. I'm entertaining.
You are entertaining. I was just gonna say, can you play us a song? Can you sing? Sing for us.
I can sing. Am I going to sing? No.
What if we all tried to sing a song? That'd be kind of entertaining. Like,
would
if
go
we
pretty well,
try to do
I
like
think.
a word at a time.
Yeah.
It feels miserable
When
and very unnecessary because here you go. We have Joseph right here.
Okay.
Woo!
Okay.
No need
All right.
for improv.
Be a part of it.
Okay. All right. So as you enter into the tent, you can see Hrothgar greet you, and he says,
Well, Carasilla, I'm honored by your presence. Is this a situation where I should excuse the room, or?
I mean, I wouldn't mind. Just I'm only here for well, any information you might have. I wouldn't mind it being private, though.
Of course. Leave us. I'll call you back when I'm done.
you can see they nod.
I'm not interrupting anything important, am I?
Well, we're kind of going over the same plan that we've had for the past couple of days. So nothing too important.
Right. It's been something else that's kind of keeps coming onto my mind, and I figure you're best person I have to maybe know anything about it. And so it is largely a personal matter. Oh, actually, I should probably mention that, found out that we can most likely expect Malice to also be at the keep.
Oh, shit, that's not good.
She might have just been visiting. I scryed on Ivana last night, and, well, that was what I saw. But that wasn't really the reason I came here primarily. Recently, good few nights ago now, but I had a dream. It started simply just as down as a lot of things the way they were. But there was something else to it. Something that definitely wasn't there before. And I don't know. There was a horn. Some kind of curled wooden one with silver and golden inlays to it. Had this low but covering brassy tone to it. And I swear I've never seen it before, but it felt so familiar at the same time. And the dream I'd also saw a brazier. I'm not going to quickly claim it is the brazier, but it felt important. But whatever it was also cut off. It's the same night that I was attacked by the Bejan. And so it feels like whatever it was kept from me, I suppose.
It might be a long shot, but I've only ever heard of one thing that matches what you're talking about. Many years ago now, there was a war. I'm you may have heard of it, the War for the Breach. It was these Macavian forces invading Tarkir.
Somewhat familiar.
There are a group of individuals that were sent to gather pieces of a horn. A horn that allegedly could only be blown by the blood of House Omen, the one true line of the kings of Tarkir. They collected the pieces, they brought it to King Wyatt Omen at the time. He blew it, and it summoned all the great heroes of past and present that he was connected to fight by his side in this final battle against Winter and the Macavian forces. Now, it's said that the horn lost all magical strength and enchantment after it was blown the one time. If I'm remembering correctly, I believe before I met them, Tyr and one of the other less insufferable types, Heimdall, the two of them, they helped King Wyatt's daughter, Elizabeth Omen, and now the current queen, with a task, something that was quite bothersome that the two of them had a special knowledge to deal with. Tyr, having already been a great leader and having so many magical artifacts that belonged to him, he denied the gift that Queen Elizabeth tried to give him. Heimdall didn't. To this day, between that and the everything he's been through, he's carried that horn with him. They call it Horn of Omen. I believe they call it a Galler horn or something of that sort. Artifact he refuses to take off of him at this point.
Why would the two be connected then?
Well, I don't know. I mean, perhaps Heimdall. I mean, if long ago the horn was blown to summon heroes of a bygone age, I mean, what's to stop it from doing that again? Obviously, I know they said that all the magic was gone, but it just seems like a reason for nobody to blow it, you know? If you put a lamp, an oil lamp in front of me and tell me that if, no need to rub it, no genie will come out, I might not. But also, doesn't it kind of ask you to rub it, What if there is a genie? Yeah, but what if with the horn, what if you blow it and you don't need all the soldiers? What happens then? I don't know.
So what about Heimdall then? You knew him then?
Yeah, he served in the Children of the Flame, actually. Long before your time. In fact, he didn't go by Heimdall when he was here. He went by a moniker. He just went by Helm. But I didn't know it was him until after I started spending time with Tyr, after my time at the Children of the Flame was done. If I remember correctly, I believe Ajax and Heimdall served together.
Trying to think if that was ever mentioned, because I know that has come up. I don't remember when. Oh,
I mean, I think the name Heimdall came up, and Ajax was like, Heimdall.
oh shit! Yeah,
We
that
served
totally did
together in the
happen.
Children of Flame. I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
that actually.
yeah. Actually, I feel like I remember Ajax actually mentioning it. But from what you know of him then?
From what I know, Heimdall's an all-around good guy.
Right.
He always was closer to Tyr than Odin, which for me, that is a very good comment on character quality, but he was brave. He was really talented with the sword. He had, I don't know if it was the old blood in him or what, but it's like he knew where you were going to try and attack before you attacked. He was quite the talented swordsman.
Right. So at least a good person for this horn that could theoretically, conjure warriors?
I think so. I think Odin's not dumb enough to try and take it off of him. In fact, Thor and Heimdall have sparred before, and tell you what, that's not a pretty sight. Thor does not like being, I don't know if I'd use the term bested. It was damn close, though.
I certainly see it. Actually, I believe, at least, we're still planning to, try and find Heimdall at some point. For purposes of, dealing with the whole Odinson's mess, but I don't know. See if he still has it, I guess.
No harm in trying. Happy to be a resource to you.
Gladly use you as one. But I also do feel bad for interrupting your meetings, even if it is the same thing over again.
No.
But sometimes people need it, even if you may bore of it.
I know it helps. That's why I keep them going. Even if I'm bored out of my mind, some of the more green senior kindled, they need to go over the plan over and over and over again to help quell their anxiety.
Well, can't blame them. But I will let you get back to it, though.
Thanks. And by the way, just keep an eye on Suni for me, will you?
Did something happen last night, by the way?
Last night, no. Specifically last night, no. But yesterday, him and I did have a conversation. He asked me about what happened. The reason why I did what I did to him in Tyr's Tyr. And I told him, and, well, there's some unfortunate truths to that situation that I think made him feel, I don't know. It made him feel very bad about himself. I told him I'm always here to speak if he needs it as a fellow Dragonborn, but I think he'll take the counsel of his friends much better.
I was still up when he came back last night. It's very late, everyone else had gone to sleep, but he...
What? Him and I
Why
only
is
talked
he-
for 20, 30 minutes.
Interesting. Did he say that he was doing anything after you talked?
No, I mean, he didn't say where he was going, but I just assumed he had other things to tend to.
Right. It's just... I was going to say... When he came back, he almost looked like he was going to cry. Didn't even know if that was the thing Dragonborn could do.
Yeah. Take it from me, it's not very common, but it's possible.
Well, I don't know what you told him in the details, but whatever it was, I'm guessing it was a lot.
Maybe he just lingered on it for too long, wanted to be alone for a bit.
Maybe.
Well, that solitude is not good for people like him or people like me.
I think he also just needs time to think on things, though.
I'd agree.
Talked a little bit with him this morning, and I think he just needs a space. But we're all with him. He knows that.
Well, that's good at least. All right, well, I best get back to my meetings, and you best get back to him before, who knows, he disappears for the rest of the day. All right.
See you later.
Yeah.
And with that, you exit out of the camp, and you tend to your duties the rest of the day. Now, as we get to this point, I believe we only have two more things. We have Bianca, you wanted to do one thing. And Suni, you wanted to do one thing. But that was the thing I said while you were away. Is that still a thing you want to do even with the events of yesterday?
Yeah, I can still do it.
Okay. All right. So then...
Cecily thing, too.
Hmm?
Cecily thing number 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Is Cecily thing number 2 long?
Depends on how much of a response she gets. So.
Okay. All right. Suni, we'll go ahead and start with you.
Yep.
So Suni, what was it that you wanted to do after spending a fair bit of the morning just sort of sitting in bed, reflecting, moping, maybe is the operative word?
So the first thing I wanted to know is, this is like going back from like forever ago, when Cecily was almost like kidnapped by those like blood people like in Fjartaleth so long ago, and Suni took all that jewelry from those people. Were any of those rings happen to be made out of platinum?
Sure. Yeah. The one of the ones on one of the like blood sheaths. We'll say that one of the rings that adorned their hands was platinum.
Is there anywhere else where Suni might be able to find another platinum ring or two?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, now that the weather is melting, more of the business is returning to the city. You can definitely find a couple of jewelry smiths.
If he can find one that's open long enough, he would like to buy one platinum ring worth 50 gold for each person in the party.
Yeah. Sounds good.
If they have enough.
Yeah, they definitely do.
And then he's going to go outside to where there is some, probably that if he can find that tree that he was at last night, he'd go back there.
Yeah.
And he's going to just kind of sit down and start to cast Druidcraft a couple of times and make a bunch of different little things of like flowers start to grow. And he's going to pick all of them And then if the entire party is together, he would like to find the entire party. Sorry, my cat's just being like a doofus sitting on my lap and getting in my way.
No, you're fine.
Oh my god.
So
Okay.
yeah, we'll say that after a very, very, very busy morning, late afternoon, the party reconvenes for a couple of meetings you guys have just to go over battle plans, assigning troops, letting you know about the things you'll need to do and how all that'll work. And Suni, you can see everybody's gathered for just a little snack after one of the meetings in between during a break. We'll say that you're in the war room. Most of the other people have left and departed, so it's really just the party now.
Okay, cool. So as Suni walks in, he has like a hand behind his back, and he walks in and looks at everybody. Excuse me. He'll say, I'm sorry that I was so late last night. I hope I wasn't worrying anybody. Had some less than fortunate news that I heard about that really kind of took a toll on me. Talk about all of that when there's less going on, but I want all of you to know how much you all mean to me, and that no matter what, you, each and every single one of you, make me a better person. And thank you all enough for that. And he's going to go up to everybody individually, and he's going to hand them a small bouquet of flowers that's kind of done together with a platinum ring. And each of the flowers are specific. So Suni doesn't know the names of these flowers, but he's going to give Bianca a little group of purple irises. Cecily, a little bouquet of white roses. Carasilla, a little bouquet of balloon flowers. Ajax, a little bouquet of bee balms. And if Keothi is here, a little bouquet of magnolias. And he'll tell everybody, if you wear those rings, while we're fighting together, if we're near enough, it might help me protect you. So, if you all could put them on.
Well, shit, yeah, I'll put them on. It matches my color scheme.
Mine as well.
So sweet.
That one's big enough for you, Ajax.
I can't believe you knew my ring size.
Oh.
Mine
Slipped
fits
it on my
really well
side.
right here.
So yeah, now I have the ability to cast Warding Bond on each of you if I'm within 6 feet of you.
Sick.
Thank you, Suni.
I've wanted to have in my arsenal for a while, but I didn't know if I had the rings or the capacity to get them, so. And also, if each of you would like to, the flowers are specifically chosen if you want to, like, look up what they look like. If you want, I can write them down so you guys can.
Yeah.
I'll have them. But that was it.
Yeah, what was mine?
Ajax?
It was like Bobons or something.
BALMS. I'll write them down for you guys, though.
Oh, this is so
Oh,
nice.
bombs.
Purple iris.
I didn't know what balloon flowers were. I thought
Yeah,
that was,
I don't know
I
what
thought that
those
was
are
fake.
Wait, how do you, what are my flowers? What?
Balms, BEE, like the animal, and then
Yeah.
balm, like lip balm.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh,
Bee-ball.
cool.
Put them in. Oh, I don't know. Just general, I guess.
Oh wow! Oh, how cute. Bee balm.
And then
Ajax is like almost looks like a little thistle.
It does.
Why did it open like 10 times? What did I do? Jesus. Like kept trying to like close out of it and it just wouldn't go away.
Sweet, thanks, Suni.
Does Suni have his own flowers?
Yeah, guys, that's our next project. We gotta give Suni his flowers.
Suni has a single pressed flower in a notebook that he keeps with him, but that's the only one that he has on his person.
Cute.
Ugh, I love magnolias.
and then what was Cecily's?
White roses.
Wait, oh, that's right.
Thank you, Suni.
They all made me think of you.
Oh. A lot of flowers for me today. This is nice.
This is so nice.
We all need to surround ourselves with a little bit more life, you know?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Well, I finished attuning to my armor, and I can kind of protect people now too, I think.
Way to go.
Yeah, it's fun. I don't
That
just hurt
should be
people
useful.
now. Yeah.
That's a good first step,
Today we did
Cecily.
before, I was only hurting people.
Yes, unfortunately, where we're going, you're gonna have to hurt a lot of people.
Oh, I know.
Little
But-
creatures.
I got
Yeah,
used
they're
to
not
that.
people.
I got used to it a long time. But it is nice. I'm a little jealous of everybody, you know. Y'all got ways of helping people. Y'all have gods now, too. That's weird.
I mean, aren't you
My
the
dad's a
daughter of
god.
one?
Yeah, I know. He's not
Okay.
really a god. He's kind of a god, yeah.
I think he still counts as a god.
That,
I
yeah,
think
that would
so.
qualify.
More claimant to it than me. That's
He
for sure.
doesn't. He doesn't call himself one. He doesn't call himself one. He's
But
just.
others
'Cause he's
do.
not a- He's a good man.
He's just. I don't know. He's just a big garden guy.
Alrighty. So, as all of you share this moment, you equip the rings, you share this bond. Your next meeting comes and goes and comes and goes till eventually you're finally free for the night. In the morning, you'll head out on the warpath. However, before we can get to the last two things, Cecily and Bianca, those are things that we will handle next session, because that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session, being conscious of our East Coast folks.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And those two things should not be super long, because you guys do have to handle Fort Ivar before you head into the meat and potatoes that is Damaris Keep. So that is okay if those things take like a half an hour, maybe a little bit more next week. So with that, that's where we're going to go ahead and end tonight. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the session. I know I did. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for the Tales of Everend, Saturday for the Isles of Iverion, Sunday for Buried Time, or next Tuesday for the continuation of the Adventures of the Salamander Coast. Thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you next time.